Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Roulette Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. So, as usual, about 3 hours, about 10, well, hopefully more than 10 duties. And I'll probably be doing as I've done previously, that we'll queue for 1 minute as a DPS, somewhat at random, and then as a tank, and then as a healer, to make sure that we don't spend too much time queuing. But that's basically it. I think I mentioned this last week, that I determined that we need like 15 duties a week if I'm to have any hope of finishing that achievement before Evercold. And that's not quite right. It's more like I think it's 15 per week if we assume for us to make it for the last video release episode of Roulettes. Which does mean that I have a few less weeks than it might actually seem. But we'll see. It is something that I would like to do because it would be funny. Could you imagine if we start Evercold and have to unlock Roulette again, and then there's like 2 episodes, boom, done? It's something like that, Ilana. Now that said, hey Taliban, hey Meso, hey Kaj, hey Rin, hey Tina Lee, hey Ilana, hey Dunson, hey Naomi, hey Procrastinauts, hey Alice, hey Saros, hey Liashuki, hey Zaf, hey Missile, hey Symmetricon, hey Veteran, and hey Mesonite. Hope you're all doing very well. What if they add another 2k com achievement for Evercold? Well, it's not about commendations, actually. It's about duty clears, and thankfully, question mark, I'm pretty sure that this Roulette achievement has not been updated for like... Well, I don't think they've ever updated it. I'm pretty sure that that was it. They added it and then just went, you figure that one out. 2,000, that seems alright. I'll see you rain soon. And thank you for the resub, Tinley. 7 months. Wow. Thank you so much. And Ilana with the 115 stream streak. Hey Sam, hope you're doing well as well. There's a bunch of achievements in 14 that are like the number really very much tells you that it wasn't meant to be something that you sought to do. Like that was never ever the point. Like or I don't know, doing 5,000 of a specific category of Lev quests. Who in their right mind would do that? Who would do that? Who would need to do that outside of people specifically doing the achievement? Who needs to do 5,000 of any type of Lev quest? And the Accursed Horde as well. The achievement's so obnoxious to get that a lot of players almost just default to assuming that it probably used a bot or something, if you have it. Say win. Right, then. Let's see here. Alice says, not sure if you've answered this before, but will you still play Roulette after you get the achievement or not? I don't know. My feeling is that, and I think you can probably nod in agreement, like especially if you've watched the Roulette video series, you know, A Good Day in Roulette, that like in the Endwalker part, which is like 20 episodes, I think, something like that. There's a lot of firsts. Like a lot of times where this is my first experience doing this and doing that. And also my first experience of going, there's nothing to talk about because nothing happened. Then we get to Dawntrail. We continue to have first experiences of things. It's still like exotic and new to have to fight Ramu Extreme. Now, the exotic part is when some party members are garbage, which causes problems. Because the duty itself is nothing special. Because we've done it like 20 times, no problem. So I don't know if I'll continue the series like that. But it is worth mentioning that if we continue the way that we are, that it will still be 150 episodes or something. So should we hope for guild heads so you can get more duty clears per session? Hey Roulette, is it cool to chort in this chat? I don't know what that means. I know it's a boss. Hey Exodi, this risks the videos becoming... See here. Get a load of this guy. Compilations. Yeah, true. Hey Beans. Let's do Reaper. I'll queue when it says 12. If I can fix my duty menu here in time. It comes with the potential problem that nothing interesting happens. Or that it's just, oh, this thing again. For better or worse. Yeah, Shuki says, I mean, with the live quest allowance, use them or lose them, so may as well use them. Yeah, the thing is, if you want those achievements, it will take you like 7 years, start to finish, to get all of the live quest achievements. Now, the grand question is, do you care? I think that's like the magic question is, do you care? Do you feel does it feel special to have them? It could. I'm not saying that it couldn't. But that's where the problems arrive, is that it's a lot of effort for very little. Just because the game is like, well, there's a time limit here. You have to do them. I spent a few months making sure that my live quest allowance was always like kept on the down, kept down, so that I didn't lose out. But then at some point I just realized that I don't care. Oh boy, long live the queen! What a start. No one gets to cast sleep on my watch. They wiped to Cerberus a couple. What? Did Cerberus find the mythical World of Darkness Alliance raid that doesn't actually know how to deal with Cerberus? Like straight up, doesn't know how to do it. It was bound to happen one day. ARC. And low IQ. Oh, well, I don't necessarily mean like wiping once on Cerberus is totally something that can just happen. My question, like my curiosity is more, Sarah says they wiped multiple times. That tells me that there wasn't a bunch of players that were just being lazy. They straight up don't know what to do. Well, they make some time and silver. Hope you're doing well. Veteran says, did you swap off Reaper that fast and the minute I walked away? Yeah, I said I would queue us up for a minute. A minute passed. I switched to a different job. How we do it around here to avoid too long queues. And back to Reaper. I will queue when it says 44. Yeah, I queue for about 1 minute as a DPS. Then I queue for about 1 minute as a tank, and then I queue for about 1 minute as a healer. I've never had to queue for a whole minute as a healer by using that approach. I'm basically just trying to check what role is needed. Wow. Hey, Architect. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. I'll queue when it says 05. Hey, Philippe. Just one of those days. I mean, we'll get those roughly 15 duties real fast this way. It's gonna be kind of boring, but we can do it. Hey, Zach boy. Oh, the poor summoner. Poor, poor summoner. Is anyone gonna tell him? How about more fire? To be fair, the first, like, I'd say couple of times I went in here, I wasn't sure because, like, I felt like it made sense that you had to deal with the fires. And it took me, like, a couple goes to realize that there is literally nothing you can do. Although, to be fair, those few goes were, like, spread out over a while. I will queue when it says 47. Oh boy. Hey, NX. Good to have you. Unfortunately, not much happens in a guild test, am I right? When is your PvP arc? Actually, that one is in the past. If you check the YouTube channel, there's a like many of my first, like for the first several months of me streaming, I did like weekly crystalline conflicts that then turned into weekly frontline. So that has already passed. The logic was actually that I couldn't imagine people would watch someone like stream doing dailies. So I thought do something more interesting. Turns out it's actually pretty fun to just do dailies together through stream, right? Wow, guys, it's not a guild test. It's somehow worse. About the big fishing arc? Oh, I just don't see it happening, Exodi. No, we don't have any raid buffs. What am I holding Bloodstalks for? Finally some real connect cat. It's a guild test with a cutscene in the middle. I feel like these kinds of duties get more interesting if something bad happens. Like there was like a few weeks ago where I think it was that my mock tome task was this, so I just queued forward straight. I landed in the duty, and the tank immediately left. But I was a scholar, so I just pulled the boss. With a... I think it was a machinist that was very concerned, that wasn't a sprout, just to be clear. But was making some pretty clear rotational mistakes, I believe. And a dragoon that was definitely a sprout, and possibly a first-timer, who tanked Ultima Weapon like a champ. And like, we're talking like 30 seconds before the cutscene intermission, a tank landed in the duty. Just like, huh? What? That is really weird, Alice. It's a refill in Hades Extreme. That's definitely a new one. I will say, make some time. I've kind of pointed out this potential problem before, that while the biggest concern a player might have queuing Mental Roulette is that you could land in any extreme that isn't from Dawntrail. That's really scary. But practically speaking, if you actually get such a duty, the probability that it actually goes through and people will actually try to do it, in my experience, is very, very low. Ayansa and Nevarian. Will those Shadowbringers extremes start popping? I don't know, Evarian. I don't see a lot of... I never saw a lot of Stormblood extremes popping. And even Heavensward extremes, to be honest, were reasonably rare. So I feel like there is something to be said that as you progress through the game, you become more, like, you learn, if you're the kind of person to do these kinds of duties, you will more and more quickly realize that no one's queuing for that. And you'll find different ways to do it if you're actually interested. It makes it really unlikely that it'll happen. If I landed in something like Hades Extreme, I'd try. I have like a vague idea of how the duty goes because I did it like years ago. But I'd try. But there is a limit. Like, if half the raid leaves immediately, then there's a very low chance that the party will actually recover. Unless, of course, we can manage to get the whole party filled with community. Just community takeover. Oh, you didn't want to do this duty? Okay, it's fine. We'll do it for you. It's fine. Don't matter. We'll just do it.
But the Ultima weapon is all-powerful. Why does my enemy still stand?
Yeah, I don't know about the big fishing arc. Is that
Truly be so great.
last time I was really invested in gathering and crafting was in Shadowbringers. I don't know.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
Hey, Wolfkin! A 40 streak! Nice.
This is what empowers her.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail,
I would also say Hades Extreme synced
upon the shield of light.
among the Shadowbringers ones.
And so it shall, for the ultimate weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
I'd say it's pretty hard. Like, it's really hard.
Plainly, Ascian.
So I don't even know if you'd be like.
Heart of
I don't think you'd be able to like teach what remains of the part, like teach what comes in of the party how to do it in time.
Even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch.
The next April Fools, can you do the smallest hit possible in 14, but with the same effort and energy as the biggest hit one? The problem is I don't know how I'd be able to make like a 20-minute video about that. I have thought about it, but like the smallest hit possible starts with, okay, so you choose Black Mage,
A spell without parallel.
and then you just smack the enemy with your stick. The expected damage of that is less than 1.
Of the primals, for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the ultimate weapon lies within its now.
It would also probably be pretty boring because most jobs in the top, the top 10 would just be,
What have you done?
the physical. The 10th place would be the physical job with the second weakest auto attack. Number 9 would be the physical job with the weakest auto attack.
The hour is
It might actually just straight up be, actually, if Blue Mage would be allowed, it might be number 9 with Flying Sardine. And then 8 through, like, 8, 7, 6, 5, like 8 and 7 is probably Scholar and Summoner in either order. And then you just have the rest of the casters and healers.
pinnacle of the heavens. The world shall tremble.
Niyashuki says, I would have thought Arcanist's book would do less than Thaumaturge stick. No, because Thaumaturges don't go to the gym. They have noodle arms. However, Arcanists, all of them, they go to the gym. Hey, Lex. And Matthew. Lowest damage G-City? That could work. Isn't that ironic, then, that under those rules, Blue Mage would also either win or have to be banned? Even if it was, like, at the same level as all the other jobs, it would still win because it has Flying Sardine.
Devastation! This was not my intention.
Oh, Heidelin. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive.
So somehow,
has
Blue Mage
exhausted
comes in
what strength
again
you had
and steals
left.
it. Because of course it does.
Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken.
Van Balesar.
The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian.
Exactly, Lex. I have a calculus book that probably should be labeled as a weapon.
Deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains.
My range of my power is wide indeed.
Let us find
I am the most powerful and yet also the least powerful. I am whatever you need me to be. Aelia. Aelia. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Smack him! Doink. Man, Harp goes low at level 50. Hey, Fern! Doink! See, I know some of your DPS queues are really short. Is that a mental thing? It's just random chance. It's straight up just random chance. Sometimes DPS Q just isn't popping. But the trick here is that if my DPS Q isn't popping and then I switch to a different job and then Q, or a different role and then Q, then I'm removing some of the competition for the DPS slots by just, you know, clearing a different duty that already had the DPS it needed. So in a way, the approach I'm using means that I'm optimizing the chance that there is a DPS slot for me. Hey, Agent Monaco! Blam! Hey, Seraph! How's the stream manning? It's alright. We've started with Guild Test, this. What do you think? What do you think? Does it look good? Are you winning, son? I don't know. In a way, and yet also not. I think it might be something like that, Procrastinauts. Essentially, the way mental roulette works means that if any roulette is lacking DPS, even remotely, then you're going. Blah. Just about 25% more, and then the boss will stop doing mechanics. Ah. Yeah, that's unfortunately just how it is, Lex. Here's a funny story. Back in Stormblood, when I got into the game, my first job to max level was Red Mage. My second job to max level was Samurai. And I wanted to main Red Mage, but the long queues for everything it meant that I eventually became more like a... I switched between Scholar, White Mage, Paladin, and Dark Knight. Because the queues weren't popping if I was playing a DPS, and I'd rather play the game than not play the game. Hey, Crusher! Thank you for the resub, Crusher. Thanks a lot. Also for 7 months. Wow. I have seen your message as... When you say hybrid mouse and keyboard, what do you mean? Do you mean like clicking some of their actions and then using the keyboard for the rest? Or do you mean? There are Savage Raiders that click all of their buttons. There are high-end PvP players that click all of their buttons with just the mouse. Like they just you know, play like this. Oh, they presumably lock their hotbars. They just play like this, and just click their buttons. I don't know why they do that. Seems very inefficient. But if it works for them, sure. Make sure to lock your hotbars and ultimately, whatever you do, make sure to cover for the weaknesses of your playstyle. For instance, if you're clicking your buttons, then you better master being able to pay attention to where your cursor is out of the peripheral of your eye. Because you can't just be looking here, like down there, all the time. You need to look at your character when you're doing Savage. You need to look at mechanics. And if looking at a mechanic means that you stop attacking because you can't both press buttons and also look, then you ran into a core weakness of that, and you have to manage that. But the long story short is stop with this thing of like being all sus about how others play the game. If they are not like actually limited, like if they're capable of doing what needs to be done, then they could play on Donkey Kong bongos for all I care. But the key is to make sure that the way you play the game isn't limiting in a way that actually gets in your way. Like, for instance, it's a lot more likely if you're a clicker, quote unquote, that the common problem that also players that use only the keyboard to press their buttons is that they will spend too much time looking at their hotbars and then things go sideways. It's more likely that they will do that because, you know, they also might have to track their cursor. They need to overcome that weakness, just like people playing with their keyboard has to overcome that weakness. Zisakel and Robbie and Yigit. But yeah, that's what I would say to that, as that people that call that a red flag are trying to get they're looking too close to something that doesn't matter. If, for instance, you're savage raiding with someone and they're clearly having issues, for instance, they're not seeing mechanics, and then it turns out that they're clicking a lot of their buttons, it might be worth, like if it's in your static, it might be worth having a conversation about whether they need to practice to overcome that. But if you're not being limited by it, then whatever, man. Also true, Ezio says there are striking dummies you could practice on. And as Sarah says, as you could rebind some of those faraway keys to be something that is closer to you. But I also originally clicked many of the buttons on my hotbars, but that, like, when I say originally, that's like World of Warcraft days, long before I got into 14. Also, apparently a trade started on the Twitch side of things, just randomly. I guess Crusher's resub activated it, and then it just took a bit. Hey, Baranti! Hope you're doing. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wow! Insane! And hey, Rust! With the 45 streak. I've arrived for the train, haha! The conductor has arrived. And hey, Vibes! And hey, Strike Lucky. I actually have a video on this. Where I discuss like the comparative advantages and such between being a clicker versus using keybinds, or the difference between standard and legacy type controls. Like, that's another one where where some players would tell you as that, oh, that's a red flag if they're using standard controls because they might be backpedaling, when like there's such an incredibly small chance that it will matter. Thank you for the cheer, Lada. Choo choo. That's awesome. Thank you so much. So essentially what I'm getting at is that as long as you're able to play the game without feeling limited, then there's nothing to worry about. There is no need to sit and worry about these red flags and whatnot. Just play the way that you like. Just play the way that works for you, and then work over the limits. Like, for instance, I played on standard controls for years. I briefly tried legacy controls, and each time I just was like, this is easier in standard controls because I'm used to that, because other MMOs that I'm used to basically play like standard and does not offer legacy as an option. So I had no experience with the alternative. And so I didn't. And it wasn't until Dancing Green Savage where I realized that there was a fight where it was really convenient to use legacy controls. So I used legacy controls for that fight. Then Sugar Ride right after had something that required aiming your character, which made standard better. And then on Brood Abominator right after that, I felt like legacy was better again. So I switched around a bit, but now I'm using legacy more. But I'm not gonna go up to someone and say that they have to use legacy. Standard has its advantages. It's just that the kinds of advantages that it gives are pretty specific, so someone who's used to legacy controls will be like, what? No, you can just do that on legacy controls. Even though, as someone who's used both, I'll be like, no, it's actually easy on standard. Even if it is possible to do it on both. Hey, you don't. And also, as thank you for the super chat. And I hope the answer you got is satisfactory. I've only done Clidium once, Vibes. I haven't noticed the finer details yet. Let's go with Dancer. I will queue when it says 00. 600. Yeah, a lot of people try to get smart on how to deduce whether a player is good or bad on the most random things. And a lot of the time, there isn't a sign. Lex, do you play on standard controls? Yeah, Chaotic has a mechanic where it's also pretty convenient to play Legacy. Lex, do you play on standard controls? Let me show you. I'm attacking this with a ranged attack while running away, yeah? So if I just click it, boom, then I'm suddenly running at it. That's really inconvenient, right? However, I hold right click, which means that when I'm basically controlling the direction my character is facing by moving the camera. But essentially, it only updates whenever I move the camera, which means that if I just keep wiggling the camera, then you won't have this problem. Although, if you're not wiggling fast enough, you may experience that your character will like look backwards for a moment and then you have to fix it again. This can be fixed with the following. When you're jumping, you have fixed momentum in a specific direction, which means that it doesn't matter that your character changes direction mid-air. So what you do is you hold right click, you wiggle your camera, and you jump so you're in the air every time you press a GCD. Like so. It's a little harder when the enemy isn't following me, but you could do it in any direction. It basically just completely removes this problem. On legacy controls, it's a lot easier, because on legacy controls, I mean... But this is like one of those things where it's like, if you're used to playing on standard controls, then like a legacy control only player will be like, oh, that's a core weakness of standard controls. You should be using legacy controls. Whereas it's a very, very easily dealt with problem if you know how to. That's how you do it. Also, thank you for the additional super chat, Az. Thank you so much. And hey, Meow Cape. Hope you, and Vince, hope you're doing well. Right, back to queuing. Let's see. Well, we already said a minute, so I guess we can queue as Dark Knight. I'll just queue immediately. Me getting interrupted. Sorry about that. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, it helps a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much in advance. Fighting the grand algorithm. Your wiggling is very extreme. I will say I don't normally wiggle it that aggressively. I just do it like that to really demonstrate what I'm doing for the teaching moment. Another MSQ, yeah. How about some more MSQ? Wow! Epic! It's all I ever wanted. Meow Cape says, am I crazy for thinking those alarm sounds sound like they're saying, heal me, heal me, heal me? No, it's vague, but I can see it. I can hear it. I can hear what you mean. It's not as no, that's not what they're saying. They're saying, kill me. You know, that probably makes more sense. It says I'm giving up on Thornmarsh Extreme. Yeah, understandable. Back when I started streaming Mental Roulettes, we had a lot of people try to, for instance, put me in, like, on Sephiroth Extreme, for instance, and somehow it would just never happen. The one time it popped, I think they landed with, like, a random sprout that, like, legitimately queued for Sephiroth Extreme. But essentially what I've learned is that most of the time, you only snipe me by queuing Mental Roulette. Most of the time. I don't even want to do Thorn much. Well, why? What? Now that's getting. Now it's getting weird. I don't even want to do this. I just want to meme it up. That's why we're here. Just memeing it up. Zen says, will you be more or less snipeable in 8.0 with the region-wide region-wide changes? Actually, the region-wide duty finder changes are coming at some point in 7.5, which is where we are now. So it won't be Evercold, it'll be before that. Will it make it harder to snipe me? Probably. It also might change nothing. Hypothetically, if proportionally there's just more players in the queue, it might not change anything. But if IQ is the job that is needed more, then there'll probably be more groups that need it. Gazel says they're actually testing it on JP right now already. Well, there you go. Oh, that's true. Ceres has a bounty for sniping me into a category of extreme that I haven't landed in before. Or caliber, I should say. Probably more accurate. But as I've said before, I don't mind. Just the red fact, if Cat managed to snipe me into Thornmarsh Extreme, that wouldn't really be a problem. Unless, like, the only time that becomes a problem if there's like for instance, basically a rando that just refuses to listen. If everyone is paying attention and listening and trying to win, then, as we saw recently, it's doable in 2 tries. DT extremes will start coming up in Mental Roulette. It won't, Strike Lucky, because Dawntrail extremes are not in Mental Roulette. But it wouldn't surprise me if there is a real oh, someone's calling me. Well, too bad. It wouldn't surprise me if there's people queuing for the Dawntrail extremes because it's in their Wondrous Tales. It will be an 8.0 now? Yes, correct, Fern. Just like how, with the release of Dawntrail, they added Endwalker extremes to Mental Roulette. Man, what a wasted Dark Mind. Yeah, I was checking the potencies. As it turns out, Edge is equal to Flood on 3 targets. So might as well just slash the one with the most health. And just AoE spam. MSQ Roulette optimization. Yeah, in my eyes, the real problem with like Shadowbringers or Endwalker extremes in Mental Roulette is that there's so many mechanics that kinda boil down to like each individual thing has to be taught, which can take too long. I told my therapist that would be waste of Dark Mind, but he's having none of it. Oh. MSK, hope you're doing well. Yes, they can. Although, I will say that the haha funny is slightly exaggerated. It kind of depends on when you do it. If you do it now, like at this very moment, you could absolutely produce so much enmity that the tank can't do anything about it unless they provoke. If you do it with all the small, like all the soldiers down, it's very likely that the enmity generated will be like dispersed across all of them. And then you don't actually generate that much enmity individually, and the tank might actually be able to overcome each of them individually by just AoEing. It will take a few GCDs, but it can be done because of all the various multipliers. How much health is it Sid has? Like 1 million? Iridian! Are you particularly excited for any new evolved job changes for 8.0? I am interested to see all of them. I've never really been so loyal to a specific job that I would be like, oh man, now my main sucks. What am I to do? I'll just play something else. The only thing I wanted to see was I would have liked to see an example of a caster. Like a mage. Because the only information we got there was technically what white mage got. And I don't think that counts. Like I find it incredibly unbelievable that they would do, like, give all the mage DPS that kind of experience. That's not happening. So we have nothing to go on for mages. We have we have some idea for melees, we have some idea for ranged physicals, we have some idea for tanks, and we have some idea for healers. Mages are just a complete black box, no information on what will happen. The only thing we can be sure of is that Searing Light, Embolden, and Starry Muse probably will not be raid buffs anymore. At least not damage increasing raid buffs. Okay, Red Master. Hey, Light God. Fire 1 is in instant cast. You know, that would be so mean to Scathe. Just sitting there like, bro, I'm right here. Hello? Who knows, Red Master? As far as I understand, the only thing that would require players to care what mode other players are in is you're not doing enough damage. If I understood correctly. And even at its worst, as far as I've seen, it's still a limited amount of players that will like try to enforce that thou must play the strongest job in each slot, because at the end of the day, most players would rather play than not play. And just letting people play the job that they want to play, even if it's not the most optimal choice, means you get to play. And it's usually good enough. So it would surprise me. Remember, Reborn mode does not get to keep their raid buffs. That was specifically outlined to us that damage increasing raid buffs are going away, period. It's not, this is what's happening for Evolved mode. It's everyone's getting that one. But like anything's possible. I'm sure that there will be some like optimizing groups that are like, well, these jobs are best in evolved mode. And it is a fact that we've been told that we can probably expect that there will be cases where evolved mode is ahead. But reborn mode is at least staying for what we know, reborn mode is staying forever cold to like let people have the old way if they prefer that. And then I don't know what happens then. Hey, Node! Didn't they say evolved mode would deal more damage too? They specifically said that evolved mode might be a little bit ahead, yes. They did say that. That's also what I'm kind of saying, is that that'll be the way. But they're not saying... Like, remember guys, more damage can mean 1%. Basically, they're saying given that these jobs are like the evolved mode and reborn mode jobs are going to be distinctly different from each other, it's basically all but impossible to balance two distinctly different jobs to the degree that they're absolutely 100% equally good. And so they've decided to balance it such that the advantage leans towards evolved mode. But it could be 1%. Which isn't a lot, but if what we're used to having is looking at like FF logs and seeing that the diff between like two jobs, one of which we say is really strong and the other one is not, the diff is like 1% sometimes. Then 1% might sound like a lot. Okay, Necrophits. And thank you. And Zoma. Hope you're doing well as well. I'm salty that people who put in less effort into learning the rotation will get more damage. I feel like now, very, very simple, very unfortunate truth is they're not balancing jobs such that the harder to play jobs do more damage. And you wouldn't want them to do that anyway. Do you understand why that is, Node? Do you understand why it would be bad if 14's damage output was balanced such that the harder jobs were just stronger? Like to hear my elaboration? Okay. Which job do you think is the hardest in the game right now, Node? Just doesn't have to be super elaborate. What is the job you think is hardest to play right now? You pick Monk? Ah, sweet! Basically free. I think Monk is mega easy. I just get free maximum damage? Nice! And you will have to be bad because you don't know how to play the best job. Because I know how to play the hardest job in the game. Allegedly. However, I think it's one of the easiest jobs. That's the in the moment problem. The more real version of it is if they actually balance the jobs such that the harder to play jobs did more damage, who decides what job is harder? Because if they balance them around that, then I guess Black Mage would just always suck because Joshi P mains Black Mage. So it would be pretty easy for him. Exactly. You can't balance the jobs around what's harder because it's subjective. I imagine, my guess, because the key, we don't know that much about evolved mode versus reborn mode yet. But from what I can read out of what we currently have, if we just take, for instance, the Paladin. Paladin's design, reborn mode-wise, might not be impacted much by the, you know, raid buff rework that they're removing that. Because Paladin might still have Fight or Flight and Imperator. So their rotation is the same. The key difference between Reborn Paladin and Evolved Paladin then would be that Reborn Paladin bursts every 60 seconds for 20 seconds at a time on the dot every time. And if you're drifting, you're losing damage. Evolved Mode Paladin can burst whenever they want, almost. Every 40 seconds is the most frequent they can, but they can hold for an additional 40 seconds if they want to. And they can hold various other attacks to burst when it's needed, giving them an enormous amount of flexibility. If the boss becomes untargetable, incidentally overlapping with when Fight or Flight is ready on Reborn Paladin, Evolved Paladin can just go, okay, and just wait for the boss to come back. And then send their burst. Or they could even start on it, because I do believe they still get 30 seconds to finish it. And they don't have Fight or Flight ticking out. They'll just use Imperator and then just wait for the boss to return and then continue the smackdown. That's where the Evolved might, like, they might be equal on full uptime fights. And then, the moment that there is something getting in the way for Reborn, Reborn loses. Meanwhile, Evolved is more flexible, so they have a much easier time dodging these problems. So they win. But ultimately, going at it from the perspective of, I don't like that someone, good luck, Zaf, I don't like that someone who put in less effort gets to do more damage, is a bad way to look at it. Because both what I just said, but also because I can assure you that there are people that have played your main less than you, that are better at it than you. And they might not even have found it very difficult. Because people are built different. So, unfortunately, putting in effort, putting in time, doesn't necessarily equate to the same amount of results. That's just how it is. So I think ultimately what you need to wait for is, like, I would say if Evolved mode and Reborn mode are within a degree of power of each other, that it doesn't matter, that you can just choose Reborn and it's good enough, then I think that's a success. That's good. That's good enough. And I hope that that's what they're aiming for. But aside from that, I don't think there's any need to worry about, oh, but that person gets to do more damage than me and they didn't put in the effort I did. Yeah, but they chose to play the easier job. Your advantage for choosing the more complex job is if you think it is fun to play a more complex job, then you get to have fun. Amazing. Like, that's actually also another funny thing, is that the whole, and I'm not like pinning you on this. Other people have this opinion too, or have a stricter version of that opinion, that they're like, the more complex jobs should do more damage. Meanwhile, they like playing the complex jobs. So they're basically like, I want to be rewarded more for doing what I prefer to do, specifically. And you should be punished for doing the thing you prefer to do. Like, genuinely, some people just like it more complicated. Like, there's those memes with, you know, like, the one guy sitting there, like, mashing buttons, sweating profusely, while the other guy's just sitting there nodding along to the music while just pressing a button every now and then. There are some people that want to be the sweating guy. Like, there are some people that want to be that guy. And it doesn't matter whether they're doing more or less damage. They think that's fun. I was like, Eternal and Glaive, We totally need a video on this. Play game, have fun. I feel like I've tried this sometimes. I'll say what it is. I feel like I've sort of alluded to that here and there. That it doesn't matter. I'll say Shaman. Shaman says, I think Viper is hard. And everyone says it's easy, for example. It's also a good example. Ismetricon says this does interact in complex ways with the idea of a job with a higher skill ceiling, naturally allowing for higher damage output, damage optimization. Also true. Sarah says there'd be some backlash to that video, guaranteed. I feel like I've already like covered it many times. Every time I've had a job, like when I've done the what went wrong with job, I feel like in all the cases where I'm like, job doesn't do enough damage, I usually include somewhere where I'm like, it does enough damage, you can play it if you think it's fun, do it. And then just move on. And there's like maybe 1 or 2 comments that like of some lunatic going, no, you're basically trolling if you're playing a job well knowing that it's bad. Bad being like slightly worse than the alternative. Anyway, I'll be right back and then we continue. In the meantime, Manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. Either says, genuine question, when any job was truly bad? Did you know while you were away, Manatee cleared up? That's crazy. You did that? Fantastic. He's just that good. When was a job truly bad? That is a good question. I don't think there was ever a time where a job was so bad that it was actually unviable. But I've heard stories that there were points where Warrior, back in A Realm Reborn, was so bad that Marauder was better. Asterisk. And there were times where mages, just in general, so both Summoner and Black Mage, were inferior to ranged physicals to the point there was no point bringing them. And Summoner has had problems with accuracy back in Heavensward as well, and also Realm Reborn, I think, that might have disqualified it, but Black Mage had its own issues as well. I think the closest we get to problems like that has almost always circled down to, there's something with the mages, but that's the best I can give you on that. I will Cuban, it says 02. I say, no. Oh yeah, there was also Paladin in Heavensward had problems because it couldn't block magic damage. I'll say Zip Zap and Sally. Yes, I am. What? Clearly there is something, Fern. Yeah, exactly, Red. The funny thing is that I've mentioned this before. Each time that 14 has gotten better balancing, players have pulled out a bigger magnifying glass to be able to say, no, balance still bad. There is a job that is best. And there will always be a job that is best. Well, Rust is here. Thank you for the 25 months, Chuck. It says this some form of streamer mode. The tank is talking in the party chat, so I can read their name in the chat. I can only see what people's names are if they speak, because otherwise I can only see what you can see. I know his name's Zephyr because he said something. Otherwise I could have used a number to refer to their full name. He really took his time to come over. Did anyone see what happened? No Asuna. I mean, the Black Mage can do that if they want. That was really stupid of me. Hey, phase 1, and Lex, and Banzai, and Deadman. I'll make some macros. Kill! How possible is this looking right now? Pretty possible. People are listening. The thing that went wrong was a mechanic being misunderstood. We have two healers that might not actually know what Ashuna is used for, and the tank doesn't even know what it is. But we can make it work. What do you mean by kill? I mean, the moment that a Moogle dies, we have to do as much damage as we can to what remains. And an efficient way to do that is to just go full blaster mode on what's there. Oh boy. I'm pretty sure this is okay. Whoa, whoa. Not fully okay. But we lived. There you go. That's another second try. Oh, thankfully not, Paranti. I opened with, like, in the initial explanation, I, like, finished with, by the way, melee LB goes on the king. Because, like, last week... So, no, I included that one. Hey, Yuba Penguin! And anyone else that came in the middle of hyper focus mode. Oh, that's very nice. I also got the... Oh, I got 7 commendations. Thank you, Rust. Amy Wills. Thank you for the gifted membership, Harry. Thank you so much. Right. Back to trying to get a duty as dancer. Alcumin says 20. I don't even think it was a snipe. I'm pretty sure that, like, given the amount of first timers, I think it was legit. Cat says, I can't believe you got pulled into Mog and Mog Extreme just after I stopped trying to snipe you. Hey Ham! So it is you! I am righteousness! And righteousness will prevail! Yes. Righteousness, indeed. Ross's second Thorn Magic stream for me in a row. Oh, you were also on the one last time? Huh. A real name. Bunsile says, I had one of my friends get pulled into Golbus Extreme when queuing Mental. Wow. Can happen. You see the guy who soloed Immaculate Extreme as Samurai? Who? What's their name? GL Extreme, not normal. I'm pretty sure Wrath it would have been normal. And probably not with Samurai. The reason why I'm saying who is because I'm pretty sure I know Zane Lionheart has done it, but I don't know if he's published a video about it. But I wouldn't have seen it. But the reason I know is because he told me. Like straight up told me that he did it. Oh, right, moving. Oops. It was Zane Lionheart, fantastic. I know that he also has something... I don't know if he's made the video yet, but he has some interesting things cooking for y'all. Because he told me. But I will leave the suspense for him to actually get to present it himself. Thank you, Miss Sky. Yeah, I'm missing the mechanics because I'm looking at the chat to see if anyone said the name. I'm a warrior, I'm supposed to ignore mechanics, right? That's how that works. That's what the memes have told me, guys. Ow! The Unga Bunga mode. I am becoming the Unga Bunga. Oh, my camera froze again. Cool. I wonder what causes that. Igosari? Yeah, that was me. Really annoying. I can't quite figure out what's causing it. Could be either bad cable or bad hub. It's a new camera with a new cable plugged directly into the PC. It could be that, I guess. Did you try another USB port? No, but it's the same USB port that I used for the other camera that never had problems. So that is some good troubleshooting suggestions, guys. I'll probably have to look into that eventually. I quality camera generic ones can overheat after running for long periods. This isn't a long period. It was turned on. Also, that would be inconsistent because it didn't crash once on 5 and 6 hour streams. So I don't think that's it. It could be the USB hub thing, that it needs a separate one or something. From some technical issues with cord? I don't know. I'm still saying it's a new camera with a new cord. LQ when it says 07. This could be something inside the connector that is loose. I don't know. For now, this is the second time it has happened. Over, a few weeks. No, it's not saying anything. Again. Under hardware. Well, there's nothing there. Like, literally nothing, so... Yeah, it could also just be Windows 11. I don't even need to filter. I specifically glanced over the timestamps and saw nothing in the time frame where it needed to happen. Bruh. Oh, it's the same tank from before. Nayaka. it helps a lot when people are waiting and listening. Now the question is whether they understand. Next is what's the difference between crown, hammer crown, and sword crown? Big crown means you have both. Sword crown means you're a combat mentor. Hammer crown means you're a crafting and gathering mentor. Oh, now I can also see that my marker was a little bit off. And the flag crown is PvP crown. I'm trusting that the Dragoon, who also was giving some advice, knows the orb thing. Otherwise, I guess we'll have to deal with it when it comes. It's not a good start. Oh, they don't need help. I just realized I forgot to mention the donut AoE. Right. Hmm. See what else. I might have also heard physic, but this is not the time for that. What? Great. Here we go again. The worst part about the fact, like, if I'm one of the tanks, I know that the tanking part of things are resolved easily. The problem is that a lot of the time if you can just have a tank that roughly knows what to do, the much more finesse demanding part of it is dealing with orb management. And I would much rather be in a position where I could do that, because it's a lot easier to explain to the tanks how to do their job than it is to explain to the rest of the party how to manage the orbs. That's a wipe. See, the problem isn't actually that people dying to getting hit by 2 blue circles. The problem is actually that... Dang it, I forgot to put on my tank stance. The problem is actually that people are running away from the Fiat players too soon. Because they're like, oh, they're overlapping, but 2 circles will not kill, guaranteed. Unless there's like a ton of orbs on the field. So it might be okay. But we need orb management to make it okay. Oh! I see the overcharge. Zephyr is having a hard time right now. I think this is it. Yep. the hyper-focus extremes. Oh man. There was almost maximum distance. That's very good positioning. Some people are standing in the water, I think. This can happen because of the transition. We have to save them too. I mean, we have the MP and the healers to fix that, so it's probably fine. Can you do Rolling Thunder? Could you do Rolling Thunder for me, Remo? Thank you. Give people a reason to grab. I guess we'll have to talk about the repercussions for ignoring the tether. And we try again. I hate this. I really hate this. That was the worst possible outcome, and somehow no one died. I moved out in the water because then I could just outlast until he tank busted me, which also solves it. But it took so long that I thought the friendly black mage would die. Ah, this again. It's gonna hurt a lot. Ugh. And the second pair wasn't helped. Just realized now. Yeah, I was one of the ones feared, so I couldn't do anything. I don't know what they were thinking. I guess if the red debuff somehow changes things. This is a little inconvenient, but this will have to do. If anyone should grab when you have when you have a tank in the tether, it should probably be the tank. I think we have this. If we can just keep it together, almost anyone could die and we will still make it. I'm getting all the hard ones today. Was a healer using healer LP? I didn't even notice, but I guess I heard the sound of it, now that you mention it. Was Scholar doing anything other than heal botting? Doesn't matter. Did you see how much healing was needed? And that's the real unfortunate reality of having these kinds of duties, where this is where you really need to bring it. But this is not the time for a healer to learn how to, like, basically play healer correctly. This is the time for do whatever works. Which is, again, part of the reason why, like, my perspective on it is, like, remember to look up guides to see whether you're playing correctly. Because you're not learning that in an extreme. Some people are, you know, swearing by, no. The way you learn it is by you just go straight into the deep end and you'll figure it out. No, actually, a healer is less likely to learn to attack in a really hard duty. Because they'll, you know, rely on all reliable physic. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then we will do a little bit more. In the meantime, manatee restored. Alright, I'm back. If you are enjoying the stream, do remember it helps a lot with a like over on the YouTube side of things. Thank you so much in advance. The manatee just knows all the tricks. Enjoy your evening, Node. Robbie says, this fight really showcased to me the difference in awareness that an experienced player has over a new player. Also that. It is really a tough fight. Like, no doubt about that. That is actually, like, that's what I'm saying. Really funny how I'm like, if I were to rank the fights, I'd put, like, Thornmarsh at 1 and Ramuh at 2 in terms of difficulty. And then we get them like this. Really cool game. Thanks. But you can also see, in the tank position, if I see my co-tank get, like, refresh orbs too soon, I'll just, like, oh, okay, noted, and then just adjust my plan. And if I see them forget, I'll just, you know, grab one orb, continue, go, don't forget it again. and then we just continue, and it's no problem. Whereas if it's two like first timers, it's total chaos if anything goes wrong. Cat says, I love how we can do everything right and get stun locked for 40 seconds. You know what's funnier? On the hard version, you can get stun locked for 40 seconds, and considering that you won't die as a result, you will legitimately have the possibility of just sitting there for 40 seconds. Just to question your life choices. Awesome, right? I will queue when it says 35. Harry says, I've seen tanks get all orbs. Yep, that happened like 2 weeks ago. Hey, Marvy. Please, buddy, can I play the game now? Yes, Yuki says, found that playing ranged DPS helped a lot in trying to learn healer. Get the mindset. Can't hurt us if they're dead, while also being squishy and have a self-heal to gauge healing versus damage intake. I guess so? There's something to be said that... Like, that's also what I've said over and over again, is that if I go into, like, a casual duty, and the healer is attacking, most of the time I won't say anything. I might be like, you could attack more, but, like, 9 times out of 10 I won't say anything. Is the clock on the top right your in-game time? No, that is the time in Eorzea. Thankfully, Lex Noxus, I don't live in a hyperspace universe where the time passes 1 minute per 3 seconds. That's the universe that our characters live in. I specifically use the Eorzea time because then you can track it more easily. Like you can like if I say I'll queue when it says 5, you have roughly 10 seconds to like square up and do it. Shaq was a 25-minute replacement on the new trial. And is missing healers. Also, yeah, that is definitely some whiplash. I will queue when it says 19. It's quite a set we've had. That goes guild test, guild test, guild test, MSQ, MSQ, extreme, normal rate, extreme, guild test. Very cool. Thanks. Well, I guess it makes up for it. I'm like, we need around 15 duties to keep up with the target I've set. We get like a bunch of really hard extremes that take a while, and then we just go guild test, guild test, guild test. Nope, managed to get to catch up again. Ooh. Now the question is whether the Sage is ready for me pulling extra big. I'm guessing the answer is no, so I just won't. I'll put a little big. Thank you, Harry. Enjoy work. Are you good? You have to heal me. You must find your diagnosis or I will die. And I'm running away from you because it seems like it's taking you 30 years per cast. That's too long. They should have FFXIV as well. Good thing I didn't pull super big. They would not have been able to handle that. Seems like they were confused because they haven't done it much as a Sage. That makes sense. And it's also perfectly fine. I was just afraid that I was gonna die because they were taking too long to find the button, which is the saddest way to die. Did Bro just pick up Sage and Q leveling? It seems like they didn't realize exactly where all of their buttons were, but they do appear to have the starting outfit for it, so that could be what's happening here. Hey, Dragoon! What are the green red arrows around some words' abilities? What does it indicate? It indicates that we used auto-translate to write it. Which is basically, if you start writing a word and then press tab while writing it in-game, it will give you suggestions. And if you use those suggestions, it will be translated to whatever the word is in each individual's client. So if, for instance, I'm not sure if our healer here is playing in English, so I specified the ability name with auto-translate in case that they're playing in a different language, so that they can find it, instead of being in that weird position where it's like, well, I don't know what that ability is called because I play in French or German or Japanese. Did they just pull them off or something? I think that someone misclicked. And then it, auto-targets. Also, yeah, the Sage does have the Necromancer, so they probably know how to play the game. But, if you don't know where your buttons are, that's the saddest way to fail. This is a fun pull, because if it goes bad, you can just run away. That's a whole different story whether we can stand our ground long enough to get this resolved. As he says, unless you get cornered, this is a circle. If you're standing here and you pulled everything and you're like, I'm not living this, you just jump over here and run over. The mobs will follow you and they run about as fast as like 90% of normal running speed, I'd say. Just roughly. So they will not, like, as long as you run really, really tightly and optimally, they will not be able to catch up to you. And you'll just be able to run away. And that's specifically why it's a property of that pole, is because you can do it in the cellar of this dungeon, because the cellar in this dungeon is a circle. Evolvian and Rocky. Guess the first steward first. I usually target the Jester, but I see most people target the steward, and I think the reason why they do that is because he has the circle AoE. And as you can see, the Jester, you can just, you know, interrupt it every time it does the scary thing. But it doesn't really matter. In fact, if anyone has any incidental AoE at all, like Dark Knight, it is better to like evenly spread your damage so that the Dark Knight can use Flood of Darkness on both of them as much as possible. Hey Rillian, hope you're doing well. You missed two! Well, I mean, it's a square Volvian, but the route that you'll be walking through it is basically circular. That's what I mean. I'm gonna interrupt the steward as well. Isn't that something you can only stun? Oh, whoops. Exactly, as a Metricon. Precisely. I meant it topologically. No! Oh. Oh, Qin says 04. Oh, wait, I think I'm messing it up. In my mind, the Jester is the imp. For some reason, in my mind, the Jester is the imp. The Ink Bubba. My saddest way to fail was my mouse dying and I couldn't get it plugged in time to save the tank. Oh man. Oh! And Ilana's here. Oh! They just went for it, huh? Someone moved a muscle. Kill! Destroy! Go for it!
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach. Another attack evaded with aplomb.
How about this?
A direct hit, but they're
Direct
still
hit.
standing.
Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
Man, this is way easier.
Brutality! The champion's power is unmatched.
There is much more to come.
Oh,
The challengers hold him
bad
there.
order.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so.
You imagine if this weapons had the savage mechanics included. Imagine if they had them, but with full telegraphs.
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He
And you know, it'd probably do less damage.
never tasted defeat.
Like, this is technically the savage version with full telegraphs and much slower. So it could work.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon? What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than
It's a
before.
rather inconvenient time to get a lot of procs all at once.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
My lobster's too buttery. I'm getting too many procs. I can't spend all that, guys.
I will not yield my throne.
I'll go over here. Hello, Sage.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
Now fall!
Wow!
Oh, he split the ring in half. We're going to need urgent repairs.
Whoa!
Oh dear, the challenger.
Easy.
Try this!
Flat.
Oh, he's thrown the ring. What absurd strength!
I believe we've had a run where he died before this very moment.
The ring shall
Just for
presently be
comparison's
restored.
sake.
Oh, 'tis a clash between feral pride and mortal resolve. Either side could come out on top.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
And what is it? Did the tank eat the ring slap? One of the tanks didn't move to the correct platform, so they just got yeeted. Too many procs. There's actually a proc that ran out. But never punished. I didn't need it. I didn't get to a GCD where I missed out on it.
It's all over. Until next time.
So he says, with how much Kai likes to move around randomly and dance, I can't wait to see him move around like a madman on healers and Evercoat. Have you seen me run around on Black Mage? Pretty much whenever I'm using like a chain of instant casts, I'll just start jumping around because it's funny. Speaking of, let's do some Black Mage. I'll queue when it says 44. Oh, let's see if we can do some Black Mage. Who knows? Maybe I just won't get the Q pop. Did somebody say Black Mage? I did! It was me! Like, what do you think regarding my take of normal should be equal to savage just with less damage, so you move to savage naturally as you can hit normal? Oh boy. I think that it could work. However, let me give you a comparison. In World of Warcraft, what you said is roughly how it works. It's not exactly how it works. Because the way that it works in WoW is that the mechanics from normal will exist in Heroic, for instance, but then they'll just add more on top. Like maybe the mechanic is more complicated overall, and they might add like extra stuff to it. They'll also add extra mechanics on top that you have to deal with in between, and then there's like, a difficulty above that called Mythic, where they will added even more stuff. Which is to say, it could work. It's just that the way that 14 designs fights as dances, it just doesn't really work like that in the same... Like, I think it would lead to an inferior experience in a lot of cases. Uh-oh. I don't know how I dodged that, but I guess I did. Cool. We take those, I guess. Are you saying you've done this with this Sage, Fern? I mean, I can kinda see it. Once phase 2 kicks in, it doesn't matter anyway, right? Ow. Uh-oh. No, go away, go away. The dude does cleaves, and no one's mounting Rathalos. No one mounted Rathalos. Next is, when trying a new role, is it better to start with one of the jobs that start at 1? Possibly, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, optimally, could have been any DPS. It's funny that neither one did it. When I know Rust is one of them said his first time as melee, but the other one is also a mentor. Oh boy. Yeah, fun fact, being further away from Rathalos for those kinds of mechanics doesn't help you squat, because he'll just dash at you at like Mach 1 if you're further away. It doesn't help anyone. Also, pro tip, don't stand there. When Rathalos deliberately runs to the middle, there will always be a telegraph exactly there. Hide behind the corpse! Hide behind the corpse! I mean, it works, but that's the scariest way to do that, Rost. Very nice. Oh, this is actually a really scary spot because there isn't a good space to dodge him. And dead. This is what I mean by it doesn't help anyone to stand further away. It just makes it hard for people to see where you are. And genuinely, if you're a ranged job, you don't want to stand at max range. It helps no one, not even yourself. But standing like roughly at like mid-range, like far enough out that his fire breath can't hit you, but close enough that he doesn't like turn into a jet plane when he targets you. I need to tell that to my friend who refused to get on the boss's butt no matter how many times I requested while healing him. See, the thing is, optimal positioning on Rathalos is basically all 4 players, you know, as I said, like melees will have to be like roughly max melee range, and then ranged just, you know, a little further out. Like, you know, like a hitbox is like half a hitbox, like a hitbox radius worth extra out so that the fire breath doesn't hit. But then you position yourselves such that you are like roughly 90 degrees apart, like you're on relative cardinal positions around the boss, because that means that when he turns to target someone, he will only hit that person if they don't dodge, which means the other 3 can just stand still. And it also means that it's a lot easier to see whether he's pointing at you, because he will turn to face you and then do something, instead of, you know, turning to face like whatever direction. You don't know for sure if he's facing you. I'll queue when it says 42. Oh, the problem there, Volvian, is I'm pretty sure... Oh, Sally says it was in a general sense. Okay, I thought it was specifically Rathalos. I'm like, that doesn't work. Ah, epic. Sweet. I have no spells. But Rust is here too. I'm just gonna shoot the barricade. I'm just gonna do my AoE kind of sucks, so I'm just gonna do that. Man. The bombs stun. That's the real reason why we're so respectful of them. Yes, they do. I know, because there was this one time where I ignored them and then I got stunned for it. I was like, ah, I need melee range to hit the barricade. Boom, stunned for 4 seconds. Oh. I will queue and says 36. Oh. That's an extreme again. One of the healers is really blasting off, huh? And one of the tanks disconnected. If that tank doesn't come back, then there's not much we can do. I don't quite agree with that, Procrastinauts. You do realize that if they Alt F4 like that, they're basically hoping that that someone will just kick them so they can dodge the penalty. They queued for anything. This is anything, technically. They could at least have the decency to sit out the 5-minute requirement before you can vote abandon. Consider that I'm not saying, oh, you have to sit out the whole duty because you queued for it. I'm saying, like, yeah, they could also leave. That's also an option they have. Alt F4ing to hope they get kicked is just, that that's just non-Chad behavior. You're unable to leave because this poll already started. I mean, that might be true, but they had a few seconds to leave, technically. You need to wait 15 minutes to kick in an extreme. I think we need 5, but it doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna vote kick that guy. At least not yet. I will let them sit there going, huh? I'm still in the duty? Because either they come back and go, ah, cool, you're still here, and then try, or they'll come back and be mad that we didn't kick them, and if they're mad that we didn't kick them, then they deserve to not get kicked, so they have to leave. Like, I'm sorry. Just leave. Take the L if you don't want to do the duty. I mean, Alt F4 doesn't work, but they can just, you know, close the program in Task Manager. Thank you for the super chat, Sarahs. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point, Nagatsuzaka. It is just the principle of the matter that makes you go, not feeling like booting them. There's apparently 4 tanks ready. You can queue now. I mean, that's exactly what I mean, is that this is the reason why duties don't fail nearly as much when I'm streaming it. It's because if this happens and there's time, we can just replace anyone. We're enough people here that we can make it happen. The video, so you just say with Ilana instead of the dropout tank. I mean, I might mention that there is a tank that straight up left or had to be kicked. But aside from that, what matters there is that Ilana came in and we had people waiting in the wing. That's the That's the victory story that is going to be told, rather than the, oh, well, dang it. Oh boy, speaking of dang it. I didn't see. I'm guessing that they didn't get their chains resolved. Oh boy. I believe you're supposed to attack the sword guy. Because the other one is taking way less damage. And then they swapped. Ugh. I think we're still fine. Good evening, Rust. Ah. Oh god. That was probably partly on me. I think the dark circles abated. So because we were spread out nicely, we didn't have anywhere to go. Hey, Garrett? Yeah, I'm sure we can do this. I'm just saying, I've cleared this with a party where half the raid didn't even realize that it was extreme before we were halfway into the ad phase, and we're like, this is taking a while. Oh, it's the extreme version. Oops. So yeah, we can absolutely do this. There was just a mechanic there where our resourcefulness came back to bite us. Us being smart to spread out because like there's something coming ended up being a bad move rather than a good move. Not sure about the minus 10-second divination opener. Yeah, that's probably not optimal. Your Penguin says, what's the differences? Hard to explain. For instance, here we're supposed to stack up because the chains. Like, I'm pretty sure this is like the harder version of the same mechanic. Uh-oh, we're getting paralyzed. It does seem like we are running into the problem that there are players that are less ready for a fight this difficult. I think that's just where we wipe it. Oh, to get this? I've beaten this once in Mental Roulette. The other time, we've beaten it with 4 players. I have a rough outline of the mechanics, but I'm explaining the mechanic that goes wrong. We had 2 players die because one of them chased the other with the chain. So I explained how the chain mechanic works. And how to do it better. And on the previous poll, I explained how we should deal with the dark circles, because that's what killed us. Oh boy. This might still be livable, but man, this is gonna suck for me. Nope. I'm having trouble seeing the safe spot, but I think it's here. It's manageable. Does this fight have Hardened Rage? It has a Hardened Rage, but it's so far away into the fight that it shouldn't matter. I pressed that mana ward way too late. At least it blocked something. Ah! Right, that. The spine drops randomly in my inventory? No, I actually have spine drops, but not in my inventory because it's so rare that it was needed. Or rather, it was so rare that there was a paralysis that was also removable with spine drops. Hey, if you light. The problem there when I got run over by an ice AoE from the other players, that I'm pretty sure on their screen they were ahead of me and was trying to outrun me. And I should have just thought about that, because I know how that works. I should have been able to tell that that was the problem and just stopped or run in the other direction. Nice. Initio. I think it's something like here. I hope it is. Oh. I don't know what the Dragoon is doing. Yeah, and then those exact 3 players died, Agatuzaka. Like, exactly those 3. That is a funny time to use collective unconscious. Okay. That sucks. Everyone lived. Still survivable? Oh, this is... Now it's getting scary. Back to livable again.
I shall bury you when you're released.
A fun little detail. It's gonna be really difficult to explain this. Elana from the center! From the middle! Actually, wait, is it better to move him away or to the eye? I need to be close to the middle. for the spear, you have to be close enough that there's space behind you. Because everyone else has to like add like as a blockade in front of the healer. Everyone. You don't have to be all the way in the center, but you have to make space for everyone else to be behind you. Time is starting to run short. We have half the time. So far, I think we'll be fine. I think something like here, but I might be stupid. Survivable, but oof. Uh-oh. Still survivable, I'm pretty sure. Considering how many people don't have the Mentor Crown, Akutsusaka, every single person that doesn't have a sword and a crown queued for this. Like, they chose this life. The ones with the Mentor Crown likely didn't choose this, and are here because of Mentor Roulette. Okay, Sais! Oof. Let's hope. It... Nope. Don't need to do that, Misha. We've already agreed that we move the boss to the eye. So I'm talking about where Thornton is. Oh. I might be dead. I forgot to look for a safe spot. Yep. It's gonna be a problem, I think. Or maybe not. Ugh. Really?
I shall bury you when you're ready.
You know, it doesn't surprise me that Dragoon got it wrong. I don't think they've succeeded the gaze mechanic the entire fight. We can still do this. Okay, now we might have a problem. We can still do this. The eye has moved. Very nice. Base Queen says so close though. I'll admit that near the end, I decided to just say screw all mechanics and just focus the boss, because I knew that as long as Ilana didn't die and I didn't die, we could finish it. And I was pretty confident Ilana wouldn't die. So I basically sacrificed half the raid knowing that we didn't need it anymore. You've gotten to another mechanic, probably would have been a wipe. Yes. Yeah, at that point, I'll say that we had gone long past the possibility of, oh, but, you know, we need to nail it. Walter says, I got 2 Ratherless Extremes while we're doing this. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, the thing is, I explained that whole thing with you have to hide behind Thornton and all that, well knowing that, like, 30 seconds later, or something like that, there'll be towers through the whole arena that needs to be soaked. However, I do not remember in clear detail how that is done. So it's like, well, there will be a point where there's other mechanics you need to deal with, and when they happen, I don't guess. Try something. Use your brain. And it turned out that what happened is, you know, there were towers overlapping with the wave cone, and I think Thornton also does a gaze during all that. And the reason why I'm pretty sure about that is because last time I did a clear of this in Mental Roulette, I was Summoner, and I specifically remember that that fight was basically one big zombie run. Like, in that specific moment, I think I got back up on my feet, rest a healer, went to a tower, died. Got rest again, rest a healer, died. So, like, my memory of the fight from a Mental Roulette perspective is, I don't remember anything. And from a general perspective, when we did it with 8 players synced, I don't think the 4 towers were relevant. And when we did it with 7, I guess they were relevant. But it wasn't until we were like 4 that it started to get really spicy. Because we basically got down to like the actual hardened rage was the limiting factor. What is the next mechanic asymmetricon? Nej, tror jeg. It's been a bit. We did it, silly. Although the very end, we had like half the raid die in a single moment. But I was like standing out in the edge of the arena, hoping I was standing on a safe spot, watching a stack marker fail because, you know, not enough people. They died. They also just got shoved off the arena by a dragoon like dashing across it. But like Thornton was at like 2 or 3%, so I was like, well, I'm pretty sure me and Ilana has the damage to deal with it before another mechanic comes. So if I'm in a safe spot, and that's an if, we win. Something with a bunch of ice and AoEs and much. Oh right, it's more of the like the persistent ice, right? Exactly, YOLO all in on the boss. Precisely, that was the plan. I just forgot to tell the raid that was the plan. I didn't tell anyone that I had actually intended to betray all of them when the boss hits 3%. Oops. Although I betrayed them for victory, so worth it. Is Metro Contest in a coordinated group? A lot of mechanics are just go to clock spots, lol. Yeah, I will say that we saw in the intermission that a lot of that it was basically get to center, resolve mechanic, do second part of mechanic, go to center, do mechanic, second part of mechanic, go to center. So I could totally see go to center, then clock spots. And yeah, clock spots would probably also solve a lot of those things. All those extremes are good content, but won't help to get... Yeah, that's true. But we got 14, and I'm not gonna queue again because with my luck tonight, it's gonna be another hour, and that's gonna be too much, I think. And I think it's fine enough that sometimes we'll get 16 and then sometimes we get 14. So traitors, you might as well be named Kane. It's like it's like a like 14 point something that we need to do per week to make it. So as long as it doesn't like hit 15 point something, we're fine. We all just queue Bachman. No, that would be cheating. I have actually, Mari, I don't know what your name is in the chat, but I have actually mentioned that a way to cheat the mental roulette achievement that I know that some players do is that in like dead hours on a server, like they'll go to a data center if they have one where there's not a lot of people online. On a time where there's not a lot of people online. So for instance, NA goes to Dynamis, I guess, in the middle of the night. Or during work hours, maybe. Or they go to OCE, and you go to Materia, while it's in the middle of the night in Australia. And then they grab like 3 friends, or more if they want to like optimize for time, and then just have them spam, like individually spam queue under the armor. And then the mentor will like queue mentor roulette coinciding with all these people queuing under the armor to maximize their odds that the mentor will land in under the armor. And just repeatedly do that. Just spam it. That friend group called multi-boxing. It could be multi-boxing. It could also be people like I have heard some that legitimately paid another player to do it. Specifically, I heard someone say that they were paid by someone to do that. Which is also a way to do it. Deadman's has got a friend who does their mental roulettes on Dynamis because they get lots of guild tests. I think they're a coward. Here's the thing. I also, yeah, you know, cowards and all that, but admittedly, I would probably be a lot more miffed about getting a lot of extremes if I was, like, alone with it. But, I mean, I don't know if I'd do this achievement if it was just me. Like, just the way that I play the game, I would think it would be very... It would end up being frustrating for me to do the achievement instead. But because I use it essentially as entertainment for all of us to enjoy, it doesn't matter to me anymore. Achievement is when's the next raid day? This week we're Savage raiding on Friday. It's also going to be shorter than usual. Unfortunately, real life gets in the way. That will also be the case next week, by the way. That it'll be shorter and on a different day than usual. Normally it's on Saturdays. But this week and next, it will be a little chaotic. By the way, Shaman, remember that there's a schedule on... I posted on the YouTube community tab on the channel, but you'll have to scroll for it because I can't pin anything. You can also find it pinned on the X account. You can also see it on the Blue Sky account. You can also see it in the schedule room on the Discord server. If you ever need to find it. It's also in the Twitch schedule itself. Although I usually have a tendency to forget to update that one immediately. But it's usually updated by Tuesday. Yeah, I would also say that, as Alana mentioned, like, I'm just saying... I'm pretty sure we're closing in on 50 weeks of Mental Roulette Live. Which is like, you know, closing in on a year of it. And I can't remember when was the last time I had an actually failed duty in the series. But I'm pretty sure that the last time was before I did it live. And it definitely helps that we basically have, you know, like as you saw, when we had a disconnected tank, we're like, dang it, what do we do? Do we keep them in there just to punish them? 4 players stepped up like, well, I'm ready to tank. We have 4 tanks ready to go, ready to queue Thornton just to help. I don't know if you queued Thornton or if you queued Mental Roulette, but we got a replacement immediately. And, you know, not just a replacement, we got someone who actually knows what to do about things like this. Because if we just got any old tank that queued Mental Roulette, they might, like, land in and just go, nope. Or they might have no idea. And because we have that, it does mean that if we have a problem player, it's very easy to get rid of them and replace them with a good player. And if someone leaves of their own accord, we can just get a replacement. As many times as it takes, because there's generally enough people hanging out for the streams that if it came, I feel like at that point we should call it a loss, but it hasn't come to that. We haven't had to make that determination yet. But hypothetically, if we reach the point where the whole party is replacements, that might be the point where we might want to consider it a loss if we don't get it, like, really quickly. Sarah says, I get not wanting all extremes every day, but that method is also legit dodging sprouts that need the manpower, and I'm speaking from experience, waiting over 40 minutes to fight Hades normal as White Mage. I will say that queuing Mental Roulette on Dynamis, if the reason you're queuing is because it gives you a lot of guild tests, it is worth mentioning that Dynamis is probably also the more likely data center over on NA to need mentors to queue to, like, pop something like Hades normal. So it's difficult. It's difficult because, you know, I can see it. I think the problem there is more so the friend saying that they're queuing Dynamis because they get a lot of guild tests. If they had sold it differently, if they had said, I queue on Dynamis because that data center has less players, so they probably need more mentors to help, then no one would have said a thing. It would have just been like, yeah, that's pretty noble. But because they themselves sold it with the darker truth of it gives me more guild tests, it's suddenly not noble, right? You could argue that I'm doing the same thing. I'm queuing on Chaos because that's where my homeworld is. But arguably, I've heard stories that supposedly Chaos is, you know, dying. So maybe there's more guild tests here. I don't feel like there is. I feel like when I queued on Light, it was basically the same. But, I get it, because it's also like, if you're doing Mental Roulette specifically for the achievement, right? Then it makes perfect sense to be like, no, I'll do it in the most efficient way possible, which is guild tests. If you're looking at only the end goal, then they're doing the right thing. And if you're there just to have fun, then you'd probably not want guild tests. That's kind of boring. And from my side of the table, if I had, hypothetically, a set where I got, like, as you may recall, like, it might be different now. Like, if I got a set where I got, like, 15 duties and 10 of them were guild tests, If I only got 15 duties, that of course comes with the implication that the 5 remaining duties took a lot of time. So that's probably something to talk about. But if I did, I don't know, let's say that I got 30 duties and 25 of them were guild tests. Then we're starting to hit a point where it's like, yeah, but the 5 duties, nothing happened either. I would then, you know, probably just talk about what's there. But it would still mean that, like, from my end of the table, it's like, guild test, yeah, nothing happened. Guild test, nothing happened. Guild test, nothing happened. Like, I try my best to come up with something to say. But, I mean, what can you say about Bachman? I was counting GCDs on Reaper because I happen to know that setting up Death's Design is actually only a gain on Bachman if you end on an even number of GCDs after Death's Design, which means that you need an uneven number of total GCDs. So it was funny to check, and incidentally I did end on an uneven number, like an odd number of total GCDs, so it was a gain. Exactly, Iraq. It's just we went to Bachman. So I have a 1-2 combo. Epic, right? Shaman says, when hopping data centers, do you have to return to your own before going to a new one, or am I missing something? I think that you have to go home before you can data center travel to a different one. But on account of being in a region where there is exactly 2, it's not really a problem for me. I don't know. Vince says yes. Ilya also says yes. You have to go home before you can data center travel again. But yeah, on my end, I know the secret cheat codes to get more duties in. But while I'm saying I need a certain number of duties per session to make it, let's just say that I have a backup solution. I have a backup, so like if we reach a point where I'm like, I just need like 10 more duties to make it, you'll probably find that I'll just do a few extra somewhere. Or I'll do something special to like do some sort of like rundown in the final moments so that we make it before Evercold. Like either way, I've decided that this is something that I want to do. I want to finish the 2000 mental roulettes before Evercold. Mainly because I feel like it, like even if I continue doing mental roulettes after that, it would still feel weird to start Evercold with like 2 sessions and then we got the achievement. It would be cooler to finish in Dawntrail, wouldn't it? Somebody says the only guild test that gets me excited is the 8-man one, TBH. You know, even that one has gotten dull for me. Deadman says, I think it would be cooler to finish in Evercold. Haha. Or is this 24-hour mental roulette catch-up stream before Evercold? If it comes to the point where I need like a lot, like I'm counting so that I'm like, at this point, I need this many mental roulettes per stream to make it. Now I need this many, and if it starts to hit a point where it becomes a problem, I'll probably just... I'll try that one again. It seems like I cut out exactly when I answered that. But 24-hour mental roulette? I mean, it could happen. But I have some plans. I have some backup plans before it comes to that. Like I might do a I might just like make sure the stream goes longer so I can make it. No, it cut for a moment, I think, Afi. It should be back. Are we back? That was apparently YouTube forgetting that I was connected. And on the Twitch side of things, they don't have that bug, so that one doesn't cut out. But yeah, I have calculations. I've estimated that 15 duties per stream thing, roughly. And if that happens to increase to a certain degree, I'll probably just, you know, start going longer to make sure that I get it. Or maybe I'll do something else. Like, who knows? Maybe I'll just do a week where we do 2 mentor roulettes in the same week. And then we'll have 2 mentor roulette videos in the same week. Something like that. So it'll probably be fine. But I have specifically set myself up with the expectation of finishing before Evercold. And with less than 450 duties remaining, that's around 30 weeks. Which I do believe we have. You know, it is funny. New patch drops, excitement over new expansion, boom, suddenly a massive increase in extremes. Has the Nintendo version released? The Nintendo Switch version released yet? Or when was that coming? Tremere says, on another note, after finishing Expedition 33, you're planning to replace it with something else similar? I might replace it with something else. I mean, we're probably not playing Expedition 33 more. It's coming in August, right? I'm not sure, Tamir. The funny thing is that when I was at like part 10 of Expedition 33, I had like an idea of what I wanted to do next. Now I don't know if I want to do that specifically. So I don't know. I think we'll find out. I guess I'll find out. I have to find out. Because we're done soon. As far as my planning goes, there's like 1 or 2 streams left of Expedition 33. Anyway, with that said, I think we'll call it there. So, if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days, usually updated Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams and out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you get a notification whenever I post a video or stream. There's also the next round around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And yeah, speaking of Expedition 33, that's usually Wednesdays. And if that's when that ends, it'll probably be some other game on Wednesdays. If you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can like over on the YouTube side of things. You can follow, subscribe, super chat, cheer, become a member, all of that goodness. And if you don't like any of that, there is also the Ko-Fi page right there in the chat. There, it all helps support me and the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you without having to worry about, you know, algorithms and whatnot. So thank you so much for the support. But that will be it for me tonight. So let's see if we can raid someone over on the Twitch side of things, because that's something they offer. Oh, you know, that's a pretty funny fitting one. We have a Reggie re-unlocking Mental Roulette. On that note, that'll be it from me tonight. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where in the world, and hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye!